Mic check. Mic check 1, 2. I think we're live. Hello. Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks. Hello. Good evening, good sir. 1 second. I just got to pull something up. That's what she said. Sam, Marcus, Ian, Spanner, Top Cat. Good evening. That bearded guy, Martin. Shy guy, Jamie, Lee. Lee, Pops, Jimmy's, Uber, hello, Samuel, Sarah, Mark. Have you checked your Instagram messages? Oh, mate, I don't use Instagram, mate. I don't use Instagram. There shouldn't even be an account for Instagram anymore. Then again, I closed my Facebook down, but I probably didn't close my Instagram down. But I don't use it, mate, at all. It's run by Facebook, and I can't stand them, so... What did it say, mate? Oh, damn it. Freaking camera. It's just gone off. Kevin, Travis, Neil, Charles, Tab, Elaine, hello, Steve, Spitfire, Chase, how's it going, Chase? Good evening, good sir. We should be live on all 4 platforms, I think. Yeah, it says that it says Twitter's live and it says Kick's live. So yeah, we should be live on all 4. Good. Bad Goggles, John, Trav Mancan.
Memeable_ just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you, Memeable. Antos, Dean, hope you're all good, mate. Mark Watson, Charles Ortiz, Firexification, or Firexification, good evening. What's on the menu tonight? We're going to Series X to start with, mate. Just wanted to pop in, glad to see you doing well. Yeah, you too, mate. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Mr. Bridger. Finally in bed, got loads to do. He says like you're knobbing someone up there. Francis, George. Slow mode is on. Do we have window lickers tonight? No, I just thought I'd put slow mode on to stop a little bit of the spams. Ah, AI. Hello. What's wrong with this Xbox, mate? Keep not showing you as online again. Weird. I don't know why that is. What's the issue with this one? I'll let AI tell you. I don't actually know. I just know it belongs to him. What do you still use a baking mat which cannot stand soldering temperatures? It can stand soldering temperatures, mate. More than soldering temperatures. I've had this mat for months. It's absolutely fine. Good day, Nick. PV2, good evening. Kopi, hope you're well, mate. I'm good. That's the kids. Tell them to keep the noise down and go to sleep then.
WC4J cheered X100. Let's get the training going.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that, mate. John Z. Mozza. Andrew. Hey, Bridger. Thank you, mate.
Bridger_SHD just resubscribed for 14 months. FFFF40EN, smiley face.
Thanks, mate. Rexy, welcome. Andrew, no Pera. Okay, cool. There's no signs of life. Okay, gotcha, mate. No worries at all. Great for just about everything. Oh, yes. How's it going, Beeps? DJM. Who else we got real quick, and then I'll get started. Dizzy, good evening. Govinda, I'm good, thank you. How are you, mate? That MX4 thermal paste has been working great. Couldn't have done it without your help. Oh, no worries, mate. Sent you something to fix. Hope you can sort it. I hope so, mate. Hope so. Crossbox fix to start. Oh, yes. Lee B, welcome, mate. I don't know if we can get live chat on Twitter. I'm not sure. God knows. Tier number 15, welcome, mate. A Renegade 2000 watt inverter. For that and not working. Send them over, mate. I can do my best.
Rigskshi just resubscribed for 6 months.
Glad you like the PC, Phil. The stress was worth it. Yeah, it's a nice PC, ladies, mate. Yep, like the smash button, peeps. Rexy, thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. 6 months. Much gracias. Chris, how's it going? Both Chris's. Ha! Right, let's get to something then. So, this is a Crossbox Series X. Why am I in slow mode? Everyone is. It's just setting on thingy. It stops people typing every 30 seconds. Well, it prevents people from typing every like 2 seconds and spamming. Yeah, I'm going to keep slow mode on from now on. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're all good, thank you, and hope you're well. How's it going, Mark? Serge? Can't donate $2 this month, mate. You don't have to feel obliged, honestly. I really appreciate any support, even just watching me, genuinely. Appreciate that, mate. Heard anything about Ali doing those chips? About those chips? Yeah, I've been refunded. I need to do an update video. I just really haven't had time. Cheers, Jason. See you, my Zappa. How's it going, buddy? Right, let's get to this then. So, AI, Asif, I'll call him Asif because he's in the chat and that's his name. But yeah, he's just said this is no power, so he sent 2 consoles in. This is the first of 2 that I'm going to be looking at for him tonight. So he said it's completely and utterly dead as a dodo. Well, I've got a fizz from the power supply. That don't really mean anything, but yep, completely and utterly dead. Couldn't argue with that video proof. I agree, mate. A Peter Bacon mat, practically all spec'd up to 230, much too low for soldering. Solder melts at 217, lead-free solder. Lead-free solder melts at 217. Does Amazon deliver to your spot? They do, mate, yeah. They do indeed. Okay, so this is completely no power. Let's get it apart and see what's going on. If we can. I'm willing to bet it's a bad power supply. Hopefully not. That would make a boring video. I got the sneezes. Right, anyway. I'm going to drop my temperature down to 169 degrees Celsius at 50% airflow. And I've got a really tickly nose, so I'm going to sneeze again in a minute. You what? Cheers, Mark. Thanks, mate. Series X has that something to it. What do you mean, mate? No worries, Eleni. How's it going, John? Cheers, BD guy. Appreciate it, mate. Keep the heat on. There we go. Got him.
Joe Central Tech just resubscribed for 8 months.
Joe Central Tech, thank you for resubscribing, mate. I really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Next batch of HDMI test is almost ready. Yeah, no worries, mate. Definitely be ready for them at the end of the month. I'll go away Monday. So I'll be ready to pay you for them at the end of the month, if that's alright, when I get back. I do need to put a notification on the website. I will still accept orders, but any orders made after Sunday won't be processed until the Friday after. I'll still be uploading a video every day while I'm away. I'm only going away for 5 days. I will be back. Shut up, multimeter. I've actually got my Don't Flex Your Muscles merch thing on. I'm good, thanks, PSP. How are you, mate? How's it going, Ryan? Good day to you, good sir. Choo choo indeed, thank you, mate. It's officially weekend. Nice. Well, I'm actually going to stick this back down because I don't want to get it covered in dust and stuff. There you go. So what I do with these, when I put these back together, I put my warranty sticker under here, under this little base here, rather than putting it over the original sticker and making it look ugly. If the sticker's not damaged, that is. But if the sticker's not damaged, I'll put it under here because you have to get to under here to take the motherboard out. So yeah, just looks cleaner, I think, in my opinion. Send me a message via the online store, mate. So if you go to the online store, type !store. And there's a little chat icon in the bottom right hand side. Send me a message on there and then I'll get back to you as soon as I can, mate. Is it a custom warranty sticker? They are, mate, yeah. I use branded stickers with contact details on them as well. So yeah, yeah, I do use custom warranty stickers. I use them for quite some time now. Now what we got? How's it going, Altairs, Wesley? The PC. Who else we got? Yeah, so the custom warranty stickers, they're more expensive, obviously, because they're custom printed, but it is what it is. It means no one can replicate them. Right, that's been taken off before. Yeah, never mind. Those black tabs always fall off. It's fine. Not going to hurt anything. You wizard. No, Computer Boot is the wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. Never watched those films. Ever. What's wrong with the Xbox? It's no power, mate. Pleasure seeing you busy again. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Right, God knows where my drill's gone. Ah, I can see it. I'm going to grab it in a second. Books are better after the third movie. I've never read the books either. It's not. I'm not really into like anything far-fetched. Like if a film's too far-fetched, like fantasy films and stuff like that, I can't watch them. To be honest, I just genuinely can't watch them. It's just not my cup of tea. each to their own, I guess. But for me, nah. I like things like action movies, and I do like horrors as well. Actually, saying that, but mainly action movies, comedy. You know, I like to have a good laugh. Action, comedy, and horror. That's my main three. I don't mind sitting and watching like a rom-com or something every now and again. But I have to be in the mood. Or I have to be looking to get lucky. Ha! Wait, you mean that's not how it is across the pond in real life? No, unfortunately not, mate. Sorry to disappoint. Right, let's get this off. And let's get it apart, shall we? Let's just grab the rest of the parts, put them all to one side. Make sure we don't lose them, because then we'll be a loser. How's it going, Evie Pet? Watched a good one last night called Sisu. Never heard of it, mate. One of my old jobs, we had a server named Abby for Windows Development Services, which made it possible for us to install Windows from blank SSD with barely any effort. Nice, dude. Thank you, Victor. Appreciate that, mate. Evening, fix it. You wrote scripts to automate all that stuff. That's cool, mate. That's pretty cool. I think we had something similar when I worked at the shop. Well, it was more like an unattended version of Windows, because I used to be into unattended Windows development. You know, back in the day, creating scripts and stuff that could automate the process. World War II shooter kind of things. Yeah, Sarah's dad likes them, so I downloaded a load for him the other day. Quote, legally, of course. Ha! It's no power, Ola. How's it going, major setback? A magnetic bolt to keep all the screws together? Nah. I've started putting them in a bag, to be honest. Yeah, I've started putting them into bags when I, either bags or tubs, but I haven't got any tubs free. When I take them apart. Oh, nice, Wesley. Yeah, see, I've never gone into domain controllers and stuff like that. We just used to do it because we used to have, like we used to have unattended setups because we just didn't want to sit there and wait. We could get on with something else. It's more efficient. Like when you're working on it, I mean, because the operating system is not what you're paying for. It's the license key. So whenever someone come in for, say, a Windows reinstall, we could just literally allow it to do it all itself, and then we just enter the license key at the end. Mind you, the shop I worked at used to knowingly bought the keys from those online key things, knowing that there wasn't technically, they're legal, but they're not technically legal because they use like volume licenses and stuff like that. And he always used to say to me, if anyone ever asked, he's bought it in good faith. And I'm like, well, actually, no, he used to use eBay. I'm like, well, hang on a minute, you know they're not legit. You know that you're not meant to be using them, especially to sell them. But no. Plausible deniability is what he used to rely on. I'm not going to tell anyone where I worked. I'm not going to be that bad. And Xbox, yeah. I'm hoping, by the way, that we don't end up losing connection tonight. I found out the other night, I was messing around with the kittens because Luna's had kittens again. We really need to get it done, but I was messing with the kittens and I looked at my coax cable coming into the house and it was loose. So I've tightened it back up and I'm hoping I don't lose connection tonight, but we'll see. We will see. Anyway, enough waffling on. If you're watching this back as a video, I am live streaming this on Twitch, YouTube, Kick and Twitter. So, make sure you check me out every Monday and Friday. Live streaming. Around about 5 PM US time. Depending what state you're in. Around about 10 PM UK time. Right. First and foremost, let's move that out of the way. Not interested in that. How much is that little hand drill? They're about £22. I can get you a link. One minute. $26.99. $26.99 UK, that is. If you're in a different country, you'll have to find one similar, unfortunately. I've posted a link on the 3 channels, so on YouTube, Twitch and Kick. I don't know how to use chat on Twitter, if it's even a thing, so unfortunately Twitter, you are on your own. Don't even know how to show up the chat, sadly. Right, so first and foremost, let's test the power supply. Let's test the power supply, shall we? So I want to see if the power supply puts out 12 volts before I do anything. Because that'll rule out whether we've got a PSU issue. Well, it won't completely rule it out, but you know, we can still have a power supply issue and get 12 volts. Yep, we're getting 11.75 volts there on that one. And on this one, so we've got 2 connectors which we need to check. One for the main board and one for the South Bridge board. And yep, 11.75 volts on that one as well. So we should realistically be getting at least a beep from it with the correct voltage coming through the power supply. It's 12 volts, but there's a little bit of voltage drop across the leads and stuff, so it always reads a little bit below 12 volts. Electro Rep, hello. I just linked it, mate, just below your message. If you load that up, that will be a UK link for Amazon, but if you're in a different country, just copy the title into your own Amazon. Could it be the fuse on the motherboard? There isn't actually any fuses on these motherboards, mate, for power. It could be a MOSFET, but we are going to rule out a couple of things. So first thing I want to do is isolate what board has the issue, because yeah, basically it can be either this board or it can be this board. So if I swap the Southbridge board with a known working board and it turns on, then I know that I've got to fault find this board. If it still doesn't turn on, then I'll put a known working APU board on, and then I can fault find, and then if it powers on, then I can fault find the APU board. It just depends on which board it is. It's going to be very rare that you're going to get an issue where it's both boards that have failed. So it just allows me to isolate the problem. So I'm going to find a known working Southbridge board. Bear with me a sec. I think this Southbridge board's working. If not, I do have another one. But I think this is my known good. I really need to mark my known good Southbridge board. So let's just go like that, and like that. It's going to be a little bit complicated. I'm going to have to remove the Nexus board. I don't have one to hand, and I really don't want to short out the button unless I have to. So I'm going to remove the front pedal board from this customer's case. Unless I've got one in my own case that I can use. One sec. Yep. Right, I've got a empty case there I can use. There we go. So it could be the front panel board. So obviously I'll try this board. If it powers on, then I'll try the Nexus board. I'll try the Southbridge board from the customer's console with my power button, just as a sanity check. We don't want to be fault finding it if there's no issue. Right, so if this powers on, it'll go beep on, beep off. And nope, so it looks like we've got an APU board issue. Okay. Do I have an APU board to hand?
Free Spirit Angels just resubscribed for 5 months.
Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Can't cope with slow mode. Do you guys want me to turn it off? I can turn off slow mode, but hang on, let me turn it off. What is slow mode? I can't see a difference. It just stops you typing every 30. It just makes it so as you can't type a chat for 30 seconds. It stops spam. There you go. I've turned it off. But if I see any spam, I'll turn it on, and it'll never get turned off again. There you go. Right, okay, so I don't think I've got an APU board to hand which I can use, but it looks like we have got a issue with the APU side, or with the APU board side. So, unless my Southbridge board doesn't work, which it should do, continuity. Let's just check the 12 volt rail for a short. Yeah, dead short to ground on the 12 volt rail on the APU board. Okay, could have probably saved some time and done that first, but never mind. Let's just have a look at this one. Nope, that Southbridge board appears to be okay, so that's absolutely fine. So we've got a dead short to ground on the 12 volt rail on the APU board. Cool, good stuff. So now we've got somewhere to go by, or something to go by, should I say. That's been off before, so it should be nice and easy to take off. There's still a pain in the backside though.
Red Sun just resubscribed for 11 months. It's Michelle Tritz on YouTube.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Thank you for resubbing, buddy. The problem we have to be careful with on these is potentially damaging the board while you're removing them. Ding! There you go. Got him.
Abaddon20 just resubscribed for 11 months, putting my money on one tiny little cap that's gone bad.
Cheers, Abaddon. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's get some guesses, shall we? What do you guys think it's going to be? Booter says Phil is a nobody. Booter's a scumbag. Booter's a scumbag. I got a fly in here. That's annoying. It was a moth last night while I was trying to film a video. I've got a pretty interesting gaming laptop video coming out at some point soon. Right, let's have a look, shall we? So, according to Sir Multimeter, we have a short on the 12 volt rail. Let's just double check that now that it's been unplugged for a little while, just to make sure. That fly is really annoying. Yep, dead short to ground on 12 volt. Good stuff. Let's have a little hunt around, see if we can see anything out of the ordinary before I go injecting voltage or whatever. Right, let me just get my focus sorted. There we go. So this viscous paste is covering the MOSFETs, so it looks like I might have to. Oh, well, we've got a crack there. Nah, it looks superficial, to be honest, on that resistor. I'm gonna have to change it though. I can't leave it like it, just in case. Not really interested in anything that's directly underneath the APU at the minute. Okay, not seeing anything. Honestly, it's probably going to be one of these MOSFETs. What's that? U4. There's something around there. Is that some sort of heat spot or what? I don't know. It is part of the 12 volt circuit though. Not seeing anything else. Okay. Let's just have a look around here then to start with. So there's something around these two MOSFETs. Let's go into diode mode. So diode mode will give me a nice fast reading, an accurate reading as well. And yep, that's reading as short. They're all going to read as short actually because, well, it's all on the same rail. Let's just have a look around here quickly. I'm going to remove this viscous paste from these MOSFETs. There's two lots of MOSFETs on these consoles. Let's just remove this. I want to know what. Well, I want to know where I need to focus. There you go. That'll do. I can put that back on afterwards. So is this side short into ground? Yeah. Yeah, it's all short into ground. It is going to be fairly difficult to find that short, because all of the 12 volt rail, well, every 12 volt rail is showing as short, so it's going to be it's likely going to be one of these main MOSFETs. I think the fastest route for this is going to be to inject voltage, to be honest. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say it might be something to do with around U4, so around these two MOSFETs here. There's something there. I'm not sure whether it's factory flux or flux from a previous repair or what, but yeah, there's definitely something on the board there. So I think what I'm going to do is drink my coffee. Ha! Tricked you all. How's it going, Chris? Injection time, yeah. Chemist said a MOSFET. Travis did it, whatever it is. I agree. Did I call that a resistor? I thought I called it an inductor. I don't know. Remove the first and last MOSFET on both sides. I could do. That is an option. Nah, I'll just inject voltage. It's quicker to just inject voltage on these. That's not a bad option though. Break the circuit up. Right, okay, so let's ground the board. Which channel am I on there? Top one, okay. So I'm going to go to 1 volt. And I can't remember which one is input. Let me just check. the back ones. Alright. So, I'm going to inject 1 volt into this. Obviously it's a 12 volt rail, but we don't want to be injecting 12 volts into it because that's going to inject 12 volts into any other circuit which might be short with the 12 volt rail. So we want to go for 1 volt to start with. So let's get my thermal camera. So basically, for anyone that doesn't know, voltage injection, well, electricity is going to take the path with the least resistance. It's always going to want to take the easiest route. It's like a taxi that's actually honest. It's going to want to take a quicker route. And basically, if the fastest route, the route with the least resistance is through to ground, then it's going to go through that component and through to ground, basically. That's the TLDR of it. So, let's go into thermal camera. There we go. And right, so I've got my thermal camera here. So here's the board. So which way have I got to look on this? So the phases, the 12 volt phases on the back side of the board are here. So I'm going to be focusing around there first. And we get 5 amps of current. I always leave the current uncapped because I want it to get hot. I don't want to cap the current because that'll cap the amount of heat that's going through the board. So let's just scan around the board a little bit. Seeing a little bit of a... No, that's reflection, never mind. Let me just... Yeah, there's absolutely no sign of heat at all on that board. Is that just a reflection? Yeah. So no sign of heat at all on that side of the board. Okay. So now I'm going to have to try and find a 12 volt test point on this side of the board. I'm going to just hunt around and just see if I can find one. Probably not, actually. Nah. No, not going to find a 12 volt test point. So it looks like I will have to inject there. Come on. Not seeing any heat. Other than a little bit where I'm actually injecting. Unless it is actually that component what's... No, that's the actual probe. Wonder when he's going to make pizza on a live stream and use BGA to cook it. Power supply pins don't go through the board. No, they don't. I think I was injecting on the right side of those caps. The board's ice cold. Literally ice cold. Not good. Alright. Okie dokie. I'm not injecting more than 1 volt. I'm not doing that. It's a little bit too risky. I'm hungry now. I'm a little bit hungry. I saw your video about this fake switch charge controllers. How did the refund turn out? Yeah, I got my money back, mate. Once I posted the video proof. I am gonna follow the advice and remove the first and last MOSFET from each phase.
Road Trip Junkie just resubscribed for 8 months. Cheers, mate.
I could actually leave my multimeter connected up in diode mode and see if it releases the short as I'm doing it. Or maybe not, because it's not actually giving me a contact. 1 second, I'll just connect up a probe. Right, so I can keep an eye on it then. If my multimeter's connected up, I can keep an eye on it as I'm removing components. Evening, Joseph. We'll raid the fridge in a minute. Should we try and fix a fridge later on? Right, that's still short. Is this short this side now? Yes. So those phases are still short. How about these phases? Are they still short? Yep. Yep, indeed. Right, okay, I can't keep an eye on it from this side because I've got no way of connecting the probes up. Go for it. Yeah, I might do. I'll see if I get time. Come on. Oops. Well, that weren't meant to happen. Oh well, doesn't really matter. We're still short. Oh yeah, these boards can soak up a lot of heat. Hell of a lot of heat. Are we still short? Yeah. We are indeed. Oh, this sucks. Gabby, how's it going, mate? Been googling every CE 108 255 for PS5 but nothing says how to pinpoint the cause. No, I'm not sure. 1.5 volts will be too risky because let's say, for example, one of the MOSFETs are completely shorted and it's shorted to, for example, the 1.1 volt, then you'd be putting 1.5 into a 1.1 volt rail. So yeah, I don't want to go any higher than 1 volt. Plus it's all putting down to ground anyway, so yeah, it's a little bit dodgy. I'm just hoping it's not the APU that's the 12 volt that goes to the APU that is short, because there is a 12 volt rail on the APU. Let me just get a schematic quickly. So I'm gonna go to my Discord, exclamation point Discord. You'll get a schematic. You can get schematics in my Discord. So we've got the Series X schematic, and we're looking for the SoC. I'm gonna sneeze. I can feel it. I'm gonna sneeze. Right, bear with me a sec. Let me just find the right page. V12PO. What page is this on? V12PO in. Trying to figure out which page it's bloody on. What did I miss? Not a lot, mate. Let me just switch to desktop so you can see what I'm doing actually. So I'm just running through the schematic just to try and find 12 volt. I can't see what page it's on. Why am I not seeing what page it's on? Con power 33. So J11. V12PO SoC in. What page does that go to? Does it really go directly to SoC? No, it can't. Surely not. It's definitely a MOSFET issue. I think it is, yeah. I guess it is marked as 12PO SoC. Right, okay. Page 55 then. Removed for retail fab. You punk. God damn it. I thought we had the full schematic for this. Right, let's do a... Let's do a bit of Google foo. No. think that's the same schematic I've got here. .03, yeah. Yeah, we've got the same schematic here. Well, never mind. I think he's going to be a case of because it's not even on the schematic, so I think it's going to be a case of just not guesswork, but like educated guess. Just start removing stuff from the 12-volt rail. So I guess we just remove these one by one and test it afterwards. Oh, that sucks. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. I'm just really hoping it's not that the 12-volt that goes directly to the APU. I'll sort that cap out later, I'm not bothered about that. Still short. Still short. Oh, this is gonna suck, man. I'll tell you what, let's have a look. No, let's not for now. I'll remove this one. Well, I'll remove these phases, and if not, I'm going to try and trace it back some more on the schematic. Still short. But you know what? It's easy without the microscope. It's going to be the last one you remove. Yep. You know why it's always the last one? Does anyone know why it's always the last one? Because you're not going to remove another one once you found it. Ha! Ow, those tweezers are hot. Damn. Still short. Still short. You watch it not be the MOSFETs at all. I think I can inject more volts with the FETs removed, yeah. I think that would be an option. But I mean, I'm reluctant anyway, no matter what, to inject more volts. There we go. There we go. Short gone. Slowly climbing back up, 0.15 volts, and rising. Damn it, which one was that? Can anyone tell me which one of these it was? Was it that one? Which one was it that I've just removed? Can someone circle it? You know what? I'll just replay it. I'll just replay the stream. Bear with me. I need to find out exactly which one I just removed off that pile. If only you started removing from the left. Yeah. Ha! I think it's that one. No, that one. I think it's that one. It's because I wasn't expecting it to. Yeah, they bounced. Yeah, they bounced. It's either that one or that one. I'll put that one back on first. And then I'll put that one back on. We'll take it from there. So if I put that one and that one back on and the short doesn't come back, then that one's bad. Because I wasn't expecting it. And trust it to bounce right at the last second. Oh dear. Never mind. Right. I'm going to have to get a couple of caps for this as well, which I'll sort out in a little while. Could be more than one, couldn't it? It could be, yeah, which is why I'm going to check them after every one, I think. I think I'll probably check them after every single one, just to be on the safe side, because more than one can blow. It's not very likely, but it can happen. I think I've had it happen a couple of times, where more than one has blown. Damn you. I was just trying to figure out which way the chip went. By the way, it doesn't matter which one of these MOSFETs goes on what phase. Damn it. Stop flipping. I know you don't want to live on an Xbox. I wouldn't want to live on an Xbox either. Yeah, that's still looking good. Just have to straighten it up. Just have to straighten it up. They are, but still want power on is the way to get them out of auto RCM. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's in auto RCM, mate. If it's going into RCM mode, actually, question: have you tried injecting a payload? And are you able to actually successfully inject a payload? I don't personally know how to get it out of auto RCM mode because I don't deal with exploits, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's in auto RCM mode. If it's got a dead NAND, or if the NAND isn't recognised for any reason, you know, like liquid damage or damaged connector, damaged NAND module, all that sort of stuff, then there's no way to do it other than fix it. That would have to be for a video, mate, because I would have to order parts for it. I don't stock any parts at all for them. I will say this though, this is going to be the last. These are going to be the last repairs I do. Tonight's repairs are going to be the last repairs I do until next Friday, because Saturday, tomorrow I've got to get the house ready because we're having a birthday party for Cody on Sunday. Sunday I'm obviously having a birthday party, and then Monday we go away. So yeah, it's going to be the last. The last repairs I do are going to be tonight until next week. I have been telling people for several weeks I'm going away on the 22nd though. So, yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. We still have no short. So I'm going to leave that other one that I think it might have been till last. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, don't do this to me. Not now. Cheers, BT. Thanks, mate. Yeah, so it's Cody's birthday. It's Cody's 6th birthday on Monday. So we're having a little party for him tomorrow. A few of his friends and family coming over. So, sorry, Sunday. So tomorrow I've got to get the house ready. Make sure that there's nothing that the kids are going to get hurt on and stuff like that. and then obviously Sunday I'm tied up all day, and then Monday we're going away. So yeah, I will be doing orders. So any orders that I do, hey Ewok,
Wook McFlurry just subscribed on Twitch.
thank you, mate. Appreciate that, buddy. Any orders that I do, or any orders I get up until Sunday night, I will process. But then anything after Sunday night, I'm not going to be processing because obviously Monday I'm just going to be packing the car up and stuff. So yeah. But yeah, any orders that go that are processed by Sunday night, I'll drop off at the post office before I leave. I'm good, thanks, Amir. How are you, buddy? Right, so I'm going to do these two at a time now because I believe that I've found the right the MOSFET that I took off, which was short. I think I've realised which one it is. So I'll do them two at a time. A couple of caps which are going to need straightening up as well, which is fine. They don't actually need doing, it's just it doesn't look great, does it, if you just leave a couple of caps knocked out or knocked out of place. But yeah, I am still going to be accepting orders while I'm away. I'm just not going to be obviously processing them for obvious reasons. It's not like I can take my entire library of stock with me, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't. Watching videos on YouTube for over your first time you called to live stream. Well, welcome, Ewok. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you for hanging out, buddy. Right, let's drop 2 more MOSFETs on. That one's the right way, and so is that one. let's just check that. Still not short, good. I'm just going to float this cap back in. There you go. Yeah, it's a Xbox Series X, the APU board with a 12 volt short. Well, had a 12 volt short, should I say. And that's the problem with this when you've got MOSFETs which are shorted, because you've got to just pretty much just remove a bunch of MOSFETs till you find the right one, and then you've got to solder all the rest of them back on. There's really no clear way to identify it. It's just guesswork. If it is the MOSFETs, that is. I mean, like if it was a chip or something that went bad, then the likelihood is it would actually show using voltage injection, but yeah, unfortunately we are out of luck when it comes to MOSFETs because they're all connected together. So when one shows short, they all show short. So if it doesn't show it with the thermal cam, you just got to remove them one by one. I didn't press that MOSFET down, did I? Alright, let's check that again. Yep, still showing up as good. Right, so we've got one more MOSFET here. And then I'm going to have to get a donor MOSFET. A MOSFET is basically a really fast switch. So it switches on and off really, really fast, so as it can regulate voltage. So it basically works on averages. So if you get 12 volts going in and you want 1 volt going out, it'll switch off really, really fast, and it'll provide 12 volts then nothing, 12 volts then nothing, 12 volts then nothing, and eventually it'll average out to 1 volt. Hopefully that makes sense. That's the best way of explaining it. It's just a really, really fast switch which regulates voltage. How much is each MOSFET? I don't know how much I sell them for on the site. I actually don't know. Let's have a look. Parts and components, Series X. Oops, no, I want Series X Series X components. I sell them for £6.95 each for one. £6.95 for one. Yeah, pretty much. Well, most circuits use MOSFETs, to be honest. Not those specific ones. Like, they've all got different ones. But most circuits use MOSFETs for voltage regulation. Yeah. But say, for example, you've got 12 volts coming in here, and you want 1 volt coming out there. It'll basically switch on and off, and eventually it'll average out, and then it'll once it's averaged out, it'll open the gate and allow the voltage to pass. But I don't know how fast I switch. I can't give you that information. But yeah, that's the TLDR of it. They're just a really, really fast switch. A fast automatic switch, rather. Most MOSFETs will use some sort of a gate driver. I don't know what the gate driver is for these. There's going to be a gate driver on it, but I'm not sure what it'll be. I'm not 100% sure. I could probably find out. So it's like a mini transformer that steps down or steps up. Well, a MOSFET's always going to step down, I think. A MOSFET's always going to output a lower voltage, even at the same or lower, I think. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I do, but I don't think it, as far as I know, it can't step up voltage. You would need a buck converter for that. Or rather a buck boost, I think. I don't know, something like that. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I do. I don't know how all components work, that's the problem. I'm not an engineer, I don't, but to be fair, for repairing components, or for repairing consoles, you don't need to know how they work exactly, you just need to know how to fault find them. And that's it. If you know how to use a multimeter, you can repair consoles. You can repair electronics. You don't need to know exactly how the circuits work. I think Lewis Rossman's got a really good guide though, I think. I've never seen it, but if you go to repair.wiki, I think he's got a basically a beginner's guide to how like different components work, and it's like a beginner's guide to repair. Boost converter for stepping up, buck converter for stepping down. Right, got ya. There you go. CMI's up as an engineer, so he knows a lot more than me. Let's put it that way. The thing with me as well is, and I was actually thinking about doing a video on it while I'm on holiday. You know, maybe walk across the beach with my phone or something and just rant. I don't know. But I'm not trained at all. I'm not an engineer. I'm not qualified. I haven't done any kind of, you know, formal training or anything like that. So yeah, I know basically what I learned through actually doing the job, sort of thing. Right, I need a donor board. That's what I need. Yeah, I basically learn as I go. And that's how most of us do it, to be honest. Independent techs anyway. You know, if you haven't got to have some stupid qualifications and master degrees to get a job. When you create your own job, you don't need those qualifications. Right, I need a donor board. I'm going to hunt around for one, so bear with me. Well, more to the point, I've got to hunt around for one where I haven't nicked all of the MOSFETs off them to sell to customers. To be fair, actually, the MOSFETs you can get MOSFETs off the Series S board as well for these. So I might be better off looking for one of them. There's an APU board. Cool. I am running low though, so I might have to double check the stock on my website and make sure I can actually fulfill the orders if I do, or when I do get orders. I say if, but it's when. Right, that's all one pad. It looks like it can form. Oh no, it's not. There you go. That's it. That's sorted it. Right, I'm going to remove one of these donor MOSFETs. I have got one more board which I haven't touched because it's a fully working board. Right, I've got myself a donor chip, or a donor MOSFET, should I say. Still got to put the two on the other side as well. Beep. There we go. I need a couple of donor caps off this board. So these missing ones I knocked off.
Covo07 just resubscribed for 8 months. There you go. Right, let me just double check that, make sure the short hasn't come back. Nope. Good, we've still got no short. Good. So I think the issue is resolved. So I think that MOSFET was the only one that was bad. Hopefully there's none bad on the other phase. But yeah, I'll put those back on in a sec. I'm just going to clean this side of the board. I'll just use some IPA. It's going to sizzle a little bit. This has had a lot of heat in this board in the past half an hour. The good thing about doing it that way, where I'm not using any nozzle or anything, is there's no concentrated airflow. So flux just doesn't splatter across the board. So you've only got to really clean up the one area. That's the good thing. I'm giving it a good scrub anyway, but there we go. Good stuff. This is how much this board can handle. I can touch that board now. That's how much that board can actually handle in terms of heat. Now, these boards are really designed for thermal dissipation. They are very thick boards and they do take a hell of a lot of heat. Right, so anyway, let's go for this side. So I'm going to replace the caps that I took, the MOSFETs that I took off this side before I can put this back together and attempt to pair it on. And also make sure that these MOSFETs are not shorted as well. So once I've put these two FETs back on, I'll test the 12 volt phase again. Just make 100% sure. 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 100 damn it, I've just dropped a big chunk of bloody solder. And I really don't feel like leaning down to grab it. Mr. Bridge. Thank you. Just dropped another chunk of solder. Ha! Oh well, I don't need it at the minute. There's one. Lovely. I love it when they just jump into place like that and make my life simple. Right, got this one as well. I am going to replace that inductor as well because it is cracked. That's probably from the last time someone took the shield off from around the APU. It happens, I see it quite often on these. Thank you, Matt.
Matt_Hale just resubscribed for 6 months.
Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate that, mate. Right, let's do this last one. Can be one of the caps as well. Yeah, so it can be a cap, but the short cleared when I removed the MOSFETs. So, like I'd knocked the ones where I'd actually removed, well, knocked the caps. The ones where I just had to replace the caps. They were removed way before the short was resolved. So, yeah, but it can be a cap. A cap. Anything that's got a connection to ground, so like a transistor, a capacitor, a MOSFET, an IC, any component that's got a path to ground can cause a short, which is why we never check resistors. That's why we never remove resistors unless we're trying to isolate a short. So, for example, if you've got a 0 ohm resistor or a fuse or something, and you wanted to isolate what side of a circuit the short is on, then you could remove a fuse or resistor. But because a resistor's got no, well, most resistors have got no path to ground. Sometimes you'll get like a pull-up resistor or something, which is connected to ground. But other than that, most resistors are not connected to ground and should never have a path to ground unless it's something else causing it. You ever experience how heat sensitive are SMD resettable fuses? Can you use hot air in the vicinity? Yeah, they're fairly forgiving, mate. They are fairly forgiving. Are you talking about PS4 resettable fuses by any chance? They're generally fairly forgiving. I mean, you don't want to overheat them because you are going to damage them, like the long-term reliability of them. The same with any component, but in terms of for rework and stuff, you can use heat around them, yeah. So this side of the board, as you've probably just noticed, you can remove and install components a lot easier because there's not as much thermal dissipation here. Whereas the area we was in just was right next to the APU, in the middle of the board. It's probably got the most thermal conductivity of the entire board. So it just really does eat the heat. There we go. GeForce 1080, 1060, the green one label, FB, I guess they're similar. Possibly, yeah. But yeah, you can generally use heat, mate, yeah. Cheers, Ewok, thanks, mate. Sorry, I didn't see your reply there, mate. They must cool down before using, yeah. Yes, so as CMI's app has just said, yeah, that you do need to cool them down before using them. And it's the same with any component, really. You don't want to overheat them, but in terms of for rework, they're fairly forgiving. Same with most components. There's only you know, select few components which are really sensitive to heat. Right, I'm just cleaning this area up as well where I've just done some rework. Get rid of the flux. Actually, I better check the board one last time, I suppose. So let's check 12 volt. And yep, we're getting a good reading, 0.4 and climbing. So the board's still hot. Resistance is going to change based on internal temperature of the board. So obviously we're not going to get an absolute reading until the board's fully cooled down, because the internal resistance will change. But we have got a good reading there. We also have a little bit of a solder blob that's a little bit sloppy. It's because it's tight there to get to the area. I'm just making excuses, I'm just shit at my job. That wouldn't have made a difference, it was all on the same pad, it was all on ground, but I don't like to leave sloppy work. I like to do good work whenever possible. Right, let's get rid of this piece of shit. So this isn't going to hurt the board, you know, having this inductor cracked, but honestly, it's better to just remove it. I'm just adding some leaded solder to make it easier. It is better to just remove it. Cheers, Mark. Your biggest fan has arrived. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you, buddy.
Mark Dale super chatted $2.52. Your biggest fan has arrived. Smiley face.
Get rid of that. I'll grab this one off a donor board. Bear with me. That one's cracked and all. You son of a... Damn it. Well, that's good, isn't it? Let me find one that isn't cracked. God's sake. That's annoying. Oh dear. That one wasn't as bad, but yeah. 10% discount ending on the 30th of April. No, I didn't, mate. I'll double check that later. Cheers, buddy. Right. Got one on a V2 board. It's the same inductor, though. There we go. Perfect. Looks like a failure point. No, it's just on these. It's just when people remove this shield from around the APU, the point where it unclips is right by where that inductor is, and because of that, it chips away at the inductor. So that was like that before I worked on it. Someone's been in there before me. Damn it, there's still a little bit of a solder blob there. There you go. That'll do. Yeah, so it's just where people have removed this shield here, where they've unclipped it using tweezers or something. It wouldn't hurt it, you know. The actual inductor, that is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it. You can see we've still got a continuous path on the winding inside, and it's literally just superficial damage. Yeah, continuous path there, and if I probe it, it will read absolutely fine. I haven't got the ability to test inductors on here, but I can use continuity mode. There you go, 0 ohms. Yeah. So yeah, the inductor's fine. It's just surface damage basically. Do you know how much a repair will be on a switch light for USB charging port with ripped pads? So because I don't charge for repairs anymore, anything that's not really content worthy, so like charging port repairs and things like that, I do charge a flat fee of £50 for it. So I do the pads. I do the pads for the same price as I'd normally do the port for. I don't actually charge for repairs, but I do charge for stuff that I can't make a video on, or stuff that people won't really watch. You know, that I can't justify with a video. So I'd just charge £50, the same price as I'd charge for the port. There you go, no more short there. Good stuff, and that should now be a working Xbox Series X. We'll see. we will see what the dealio is. Right. Okie dokie. Look at that. You cannot even tell that anyone's been in there. Can't tell that anyone's been there. That's the way it should be when you do a repair. It should be left as you found it, in my opinion.
Twandle has raided my stream with 18 viewers.
Hey! Twan Raid. Thank you. $20. Thank you for raiding. Welcome to all of $20 viewers. My name is Phil. I don't like calling myself the coder. Seems a little bit weird. My name's Phil. I repair electronics. Mainly games consoles, but I do other things too, sometimes. Like later on, I might be fixing an Xbox fridge. Maybe, if I get time. But welcome to all of $20 viewers. And thank you, mate. I really appreciate the raid. Big fan of your YouTube videos. I really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. Thank you, buddy. I'll, if I remember, I'll try and check your channel out later on. What do you do on your channel, mate? Right, you don't have to get all of the thermal paste off this. So for anyone just coming in from $20 stream, to catch up on this was an Xbox Series X with no power. I've just relieved a short, and hopefully it's going to turn on now. Just cleaning up the APU to replace the thermal paste. A little bit of everything in variety gaming, really, some console mods. Oh, nice, dude. I'll have to check you out, mate, if I remember. Can you send me a link if you're on my Discord
super
at all?
chatted $2.51. I love Kimberly.
I'm sure Kimberly loves you, mate. Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. Hopefully, if Kimberly doesn't know, she does now. And that will be the best $1.99 you've ever spent. Yeah, if you're on my Discord, mate, send me a DM with your channel and I'll check it out when I get time. Andy plays. Yeah, you know what? I don't get time to play. I wish I did, but I really don't. I'm always doing something else. I really wish I could get time to play. I used to, but sure will do. Cool, mate. Nice. Look at that. That's just off flux. My hand was clean. Or were clean when I first started the stream. Ugh. Oh well. It's all good. A little bit of thermal paste. Good stuff. There we go. Just clean off that old paste. Out with the old, in with the new. Right, place your bets now. I'll tell you what, I'll do a prediction on YouTube and Twitch and see if people think it's going to work. Will this console work? Live again. Right, there's a poll on YouTube. Right, now, seeing as how Twitch has moved everything around in terms of the options, start prediction. There you go. I posted a prediction. There you go. Let's see what people think. Is it going to work? Yes or no? For anyone just joining on Twitch, we had a 12 volt short which I had to remove, or which I had to clear. Right, I'm trying to keep even pressure on the IPU because these X clamps, they ain't messing around. They're really not. They put a hell of a lot of pressure on the IPU.
Kimberly Jones super chatted $2.51. I love Sam too. This is his girlfriend. Smiley face.
Thank you, Kimberly. You're awesome. If that is genuinely boyfriend and girlfriend, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I love it. Love to see it. I'll tell you what, there's nothing better than two people declaring their love for each other via donating to me. That is the best way to declare your love for someone. Donate through Super Chat to me, and you can declare your love to someone. It works. There you go. Anyway, my table's all sticky. No thermal paste. I have actually forgot the viscous paste on there. That is a good point. I have put thermal paste on though, yes. But I have actually forgot that viscous paste. That's got to go back on. So thanks for the reminder. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I did forget it, but I'd rather put it on there. Like I said, leave it as you found it. Well, no. Technically that's a lie, because if I left it as I found it, it'd still have a 12 volt short, wouldn't it? So, don't leave it as you found it. Leave it better than you found it. That's more like it. There you go. Good stuff. Right. Some people do the screws in a diagonal pattern to apply even pressure. Yeah, but it just prevents it from risking anything. I mean, it's probably not going to hurt it, but... And I've never had it hurt it when I've not done it diagonally, but... It's just not worth the risk, really, because if I was to damage the APU, then I've got to sit there and either re-ball it, or, you know, if I damage the solder balls, I've got to sit there and re-ball the APU, or I've got to replace the console. So it kind of sucks, but, you know, it is what it is. I'd rather just not take the risk, to be honest. Right, start getting some parts. What do? Do I go balls to the wall and just put it all back together before I test it? No, let's not do that. Let's not risk wasting time just in case. Right, Nexus board. So I've got a test board here. Yeah, let's not risk wasting time, just in case. I like to try and get 3 repairs done on every stream, if I can. I don't know why, I just like to do 3. I think it's a good number. Or at least attempt 3 repairs, so... whoops. Yeah, I like to at least attempt 3 repairs. So... let's try not to waste time. So I'll partially put it together, as in, like, you know, secure the boards in and stuff like that. But other than that, I can just test it as it is. Here we go. In the words of Jessie J, you ready? Right, let me end the poll. 89% of people on YouTube think that it's going to work, and 99% say yes on Twitch. Let's have a look. It don't work. Uh-oh. Oh, it don't work. Unless there's something wrong with my Nexus board. Then Houston, we have a problem. Let me just double check before I actually declare that as not working. Right. Let me just check a couple of things. Seems it might have taken out another MOSFET. I think that 12 volt short's come back. Unless we've got an issue on the Southbridge as well. On the Southbridge board as well, sorry. Then it looks like that 12 volt short's come back. Let me just check. Bear with me a second. But it would appear as though it's come back. Continuity mode. There's no short on there. Unless I've done something wrong. Yeah, the short's come back. It's taken another MOSFET out. That means that it's probably got an issue with a chip somewhere. Well, guess what? The 1% of people on Twitch have just won a shitload of points. Complete prediction. There you go. Well, shit. See details. 22,510 channel points go to Dog McFish. One person. One person chose no. Damn. Twitch is for people with 1 foot. How's it going, Brian? I'm good, thanks, mate. It is 12:49 AM. Channel points are just for, like, having fun with, really. But like, there's no monetary value to them. But yeah, damn, wow, that's it's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Oh man. Oh, this sucks. Let me just set my bench supply back up quickly. We're only getting 88 milliamps of current draw at 1 volt. Oh wow, that's going to be impossible to find as well now. Actually, no, it's not, because the voltage isn't dropping. So voltage isn't dropping down to ground. Voltage isn't being limited now. So yeah, we should be okay for finding this using voltage injection now and figure out what's gone wrong. So has a cap gone bad? Has another MOSFET gone bad? Still say it is going to work again. Well, hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we're actually going to get it working again, but damn it. Yeah. We'll see. I should be able to pick this up with the thermal camera, to be honest, and see what else has gone wrong. I'm going to go grab myself a cup of coffee in a minute, though. I didn't actually put the shield back on as well. That's not a problem, obviously, but I should have put the shield back on. I forgot. It's all good. What causes this type of fault to start with? That depends, really. It could be something like, well, it could be just a defective component from factory, and it's just slowly dying from the moment you turn it on. It could be a power surge, a random other component died and took it out. It's really hard to say, apart from when it's something really definitive like liquid damage or user damage. It's really difficult to say. It could be defective from factory and just slowly dying. They've all got a finite lifespan anyway, but you know, any component's got a finite lifespan. It's all every component will die at some point. It just depends when. Right, let's go for the thermal cam. So I'm going to look around these MOSFETs here to start with. Where are we? So I need to extend this cable a bit more. Right, so you can see the MOSFETs there. That's where the MOSFETs are. So let's give it some ground. $150 milliamps of current, and there is a heat spot. I think a capacitor on that same phase that failed might have gone bad. Interesting. Unless we've got some sort of a bridge or something. It seems to be on phase 3, the same phase that failed to start with. It seems to be somewhere around here, but I'm not sure if it's here or on the other side of the board as well. That's the only problem. So I was at 1.6 volts for that then, by the way, because it's not drawing enough current, which means it's going to be difficult to find the short. Right, so I'll try it with IPA. It's definitely warming up. Wait, is that one warming up? It might be. Okay, let me increase voltage. It could be that one. 242 milliamps of current, and that one there seems to be getting warm. So has another MOSFET just failed? Interesting. Let's go back to the thermal cam a minute. Yeah, definitely. Definitely something there. One problem is being able to pinpoint it because I'm using one. See, that's telling me that it's number 3. Is it? No, it's not. It is that one in the middle, isn't it? It's the one in the middle. Ellis, how's it going, buddy? Hope you're doing well, mate. Yeah, it does appear to be that one in the middle. Let's just confirm. So it looks like multiple MOSFETs are going to go bad on this. It could end up at a point where it's actually damaged every single one of them, and you know, we could end up having these die one by one. It's a Series X, mate. Which one was it again? Let's just double check. Right, gotcha. Right. That short is gone, I think. Let me just double check with the multimeter. I checked it with voltage injection and it appears to be gone. Let's just double check it with the multimeter. Bear with me a sec. So, continuity. Yeah, there you go. Short's gone. Right, okay. Well, let's replace yet another MOSFET. At least I haven't got to take them all back off again just to find out which one it is. At least it's actually showing up which ones are going bad now. But we definitely had a clear 12 volt rail as well. That's a weird thing. So I think maybe another one of them was on the way out, and it took for it to have actually applied power to actually work. We could end up having to do this a few times. We don't know. Unfortunately. Right, let me grab a donor board. We'll grab another one of these. Hey, oversample reality.
Cheered became 1000, an oversample here.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, mate. Really generous of you, buddy. We've got some channel renewals coming in on YouTube. So these are channel membership renewals for people who've joined as a member.
Daz Reed became a member.
So I'm not sure how many there's going to be. That's my 1 o'clock alarm, that is. My 1 AM alarm.
Kiki Hobby Repair became a member.
I'm not sure how many channel members we've actually got these days. We've got 126 subs on Twitch. Right, let's just make sure that this isn't short. Yeah, that seems fine. To be fair, most of these donor boards which I've bought, most of these donor boards which I've got here for Series X's, they actually worked. Or the APU board, there was nothing wrong with. Generally, for Series X's and stuff, it's generally SSD failures that cause it to be a donor board when we can't actually access the data. Forget. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you not forgetting to subscribe.
Just resubscribed for 11 months.
Thanks for the renewal, buddy. I really appreciate it. Come on. You know you want to. These take way too much heat. Forget never forgets to resubscribe. Indeed. Right, I'm going to remove the scope for a minute so I can go directly above the board. There you go. Problem is trying to get it on the right angle as well. They do take an awful lot of heat, but getting it on the right angle can be a pain. But because I'm working with leaded solder on this board, I can... Well, it's a little bit more forgiving. It is pretty rare for two FETs to fail. Well, I mean, technically they didn't fail, did they? Not together. They just failed one after the other. But it is pretty rare for that to happen. Unless we've got a MOSFET driver issue, then... Yeah. Right, do we have a short anymore? We shouldn't have. Nope. Nope, no short. Right, let's clean her up and put it back together. I am so glad that I didn't put this back together fully for testing. So glad I didn't fully put it back together. That would have been very, very annoying. So far that's £14 worth of parts that this has needed. Roughly. Plus the inductor technically. That was a bit out of focus, sorry. My bad. Never mind. Wrong camera. Damn it. Whoever thought video production could be so confusing. Right, I'm not going to change the thermal paste again. I'm just going to leave it as it is because I've literally just put the thermal paste on there, so it's absolutely fine. There we go. So I've got to put the heatsink back on because it'll overheat within minutes. Where did I put the other screws for the clamp? Where did I put the other X-clamp screws? That's a good point. Where the hell did I put them X-clamp tilt screws? Does anyone know? One's under the black cord. What black cord, mate? Under the ribbon cable? Nope. Oh, they're right there. God, you lot are blind. God. Can't believe you didn't even tell me where there was. Making me hunt for spare ones. No work this time. Should we do another prediction? Screws up my arse on the second shelf. I'll be very later to collect them, mate. There you go. Let's start another prediction. Why not? There you go. That means for when I attempt to turn it back on, by the way. I reckon a lot more people are going to select no now. Oh dear. Yep, 61% on YouTube. I vote yes. Well, I certainly hope it works. I bet yes, dual chatting. Nice. Flat 50-50 on the prediction this time. How do I... Has the prediction ended? I don't know. Maybe check the caps on the output side as well, just to be sure. Well, they seem fine. They don't appear to have anything wrong with them. Yes, you got this. I hope so, mate. I hope so, especially considering I've just put the APU shield back on. Right. Let's have a look, shall we? Right, let's pop this on here. Let's have a look, see. Right, here we go. Okay, it's 60-40 on YouTube. End poll. 40% of people on YouTube think no. %40 of people on YouTube were correct. That's just killed another MOSFET. 40% of people on YouTube were correct. It's going to kill them all, isn't it? It's going to kill every MOSFET. Oh, who voted no? I'll have a look now. Oh, it doesn't tell me. It just says Simon G and 2 others. Wah, wah, wah. Is something surging causing the failures? I don't think so, no. I think it's probably down to what do you call it? I think it's probably down to the fact that it's just had a power surge and it's done damage to the MOSFETs, because it's not like it's taking out the same MOSFET every time either. It's taking out a different MOSFET each time by the look of it. Well, I don't know that 100%, but I'll find out now. I'm going to go grab myself a cup of coffee in a second now, because talking constantly for 2.5 hours without a drink is a lot of strain on your throat. It's a lot of strain. Right. Let's try again. I just hope I've got enough MOSFETs. Yeet. I've been streaming 2.5 hours, yeah. Don't time fly when we're having fun. Oh, they're all made to fail, mate, yeah. It's not like it was back in the day. Yeet. Right. Okay. What's failed this time? We've got another 12 volt short. Yeah, but only 4 ohms this time. Interesting. So it seems like it's... It seems like the ones with the ones that are the weakest, the ones that have taken the most amount of power from a surge, look like they're the ones that are fading first, because this short is now 4 ohms and not dead short. There's no real resistance across my leads, and this is reading as 4 ohms. 4.6 ohms, 4.7 ohms, bouncing up and down. So that's not dead short, technically. So that means we're going to have to go a little bit higher than 2.5 volts to be able to even see this one, because it's going to need more. It's going to need more voltage to allow more current to pass. That sucks. But it's not a short that's on any other rail this time, I don't think, so it's fine. Oh, maybe not. 500 milliamps, that's more than it was before. Right, where has failed? Let's go... Let's use IPA. We're getting more current draw than we had before. No voltage drop though, so it is a direct short on the 12 volt line only. Have I already changed that MOSFET? I don't think I have. Right, this is number 4 from the left. Which one did I change before? CPU or APU, you reckon? I don't know. I'm not convinced on that. I'll double check this in a sec. No, I haven't changed that one. I don't think. Well, I haven't got a short now. No worries, mate. Just head back. Thanks for the support, mate. I appreciate it, buddy. I wonder if it's the cap that's shorting. I can check that. No short there. Oh. Hang on. No, it's not. No. Hang on, that one's showing a short. $15 ohms on those two caps. Oh, they're meant to show a short. Never mind. Yeah, so none of those are showing a short. And obviously neither is the 12 volt rail now. Let me just find out which one it is. This is number 5 from the right. So let me just find out which one I changed before. So I'm going to replay the stream. Just got to try and figure out where it was I replaced it. Yeah, it was that one, 231. Ah, so he's taken that one out twice now. Why is he taking these MOSFETs out? Right, okay, we're going to have to trace that back because it keeps taking that MOSFET out. That was the same one that it's already taken out once. Switch from YouTube to Twitch. Nice, welcome mate. So it's taken that out twice. So let's have a look. Where's my schematic? I haven't got it open. Why haven't I got that open? I must have closed it. So if it's taking that out, C231 goes into U46. Voltage in, PWM, sync, CS, VTemp, fault N, ground, switch, BST, VDD, GFX core VDD3. 43, 42, 41, 40, 39 and 37. CPU core. Could be APU. Could be the APU. I guess the only way really to find out, because there's multiple phases, so I guess the only way to really find out is to sorry, let me just load up OBS. There we go. The only way to really find out is to leave that phase, that FET off, and see if it blows another FET with that FET off. If it keeps blowing FETs, I'm not going to carry on with it because I can't keep. The problem is these FETs cost me money, so yeah, I can't keep on replacing MOSFETs if it's going to keep blowing them. You can't test the APU, mate. Really, it can't be done. Not without some very, very expensive equipment. The only real way to do it would be to, suppose, transfer the APU to a working board, and that ain't gonna happen. Not when there's over 2,000 balls and no stencil. Right, I'm gonna leave it with the heatsink off. If that keeps blowing MOSFETs, I mean, it's already cost 2 MOSFETs. So I'm not going to put another one on. I'm going to leave that phase off, completely off. I'm going to plug it in, and I'm going to see if it blows another phase. I've got a feeling it might. Strange, it's the same FET. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's taken 12 volts to the APU somewhere where it shouldn't have done, because the APU does have 12 volts going into it. So you can't really say like if it's taken 12 volts to the APU, because it does have 12 volts going into it. But if it's had 12 volts going into it somewhere where it shouldn't, like on CPU V-Core, then yeah, that could potentially be what's killing it. Or what's killing the MOSFETs. Let's have a look.
Helkin17 just resubscribed for 4 months. Thanks for all the great content.
Thank you, Helkin. I really appreciate that. Alright, so it's now beep on, beep off. It's not killing any more MOSFETs. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try one more MOSFET. If it kills another one, then I'm not going any further with it, because it's just not worth it. As far as I know, let me just have a quick look on the schematic. So MP86965 input is V12PO GFX CPU, so that's GPU basically, and that goes. I don't think there is a driver. You got 3.3 volt standby SoC. Doesn't look like there's any driver there at all on it. Yeah, it all goes into the APU. So if this kills one more MOSFET, then yeah, then I don't think it's worth carrying on, because I think it's going to be dead APU at that point. Obviously, I can't confirm that 100%, but according to the schematic, there's no driver for these. It's controlled by the APU. It's driven by the APU. If I show you what I'm looking at. So, if we take a look at the schematic, you've got vreg CPU core, v underscore CPU core output. So you've got v underscore 12PO underscore GFX CPU coming in, which is 12 volts in from the GPU. And that goes directly into the MOSFET on these 4 pins here, V in. So pin 1, 20, 21 and 29. It goes directly into there. V driver is V underscore 3.3 standby underscore SoC. And then you've got switch, which goes to vreg CPU core. And that's pretty much it. And then you've got ground. The 3.3 volt standby SoC, again, is another one of those MOSFETs, the MP86965. And again, that takes 12 volts in. So, I'm going to say that very likely that it would be the APU if it takes another MOSFET. We'll see. We will see. Maybe that one is the weak point and that's why he's taking that one. I don't know. So I'll try one more FET. One more time. So I can't confirm what 99% APU. I'm going to say, in my opinion, I never like to say it's the APU because there's no real way to prove it. unless you've got like a crack in the APU or something like that. But yeah, I'm not going to risk any more than 3 MOSFETs on this. It's just not worth it. Not when you think that this is costing me, every time one of these MOSFETs blow, it's costing me £7 every single time. Plus obviously other costs as well, like electricity, solder, flux, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, so it looks like it's driven by the actual APU, which I didn't know. I didn't know that at all. Right, I'm gonna grab another MOSFET. Use a few from a donor board. I do use donor board MOSFETs, but I also sell those MOSFETs on my online store, consolefix.shop. So every one that I kill is one less that I can sell to a customer, and I'll sell them on the online store for a little under £7 each. Around about $10 per MOSFET. So I'm basically losing unrealised profits or unrealised income by killing these MOSFETs, because I can't resell them once they're dead. I just want as much confirmation as I can get before I do declare this as non-fixable. Let's just get rid of this little blob and then I'll reflow it fully into place. Ow, that board is freaking hot. I just touched the donor board with the bottom of my wrist, and that hurts. The most sensitive part of your arm. It's almost coffee o'clock. What I find interesting is the fact that it's blown one MOSFET, and then once that's been replaced, it's blown another MOSFET twice, a different MOSFET. That's what I do find odd. And more to the point is, how on earth would this even happen? Like, how would it kill the APU? It'd have to be some pretty serious power surge. I've seen these take some real stick. Like, real bad stick.
My favourite coffee? Well, I like
Tassimo and stuff like that, but it's very rare I use it because, well, I'm the only one who uses that machine and in the house, and yeah, no one else really uses it. So most of the time I just drink Nescafe instant coffee. Most of the time. I need to get Nescafe to sponsor me, or Dairy Eggbrett's, one of the two. Either Nescafe or Dairy Eggbrett's, or Dairy Eggbrett's, whatever you want to call it. Right, I'm not going to put this back together. I'm just going to give it a quick test. Cheap coffee. Yeah. Try Skull Crusher. I've actually got a coffee machine which I need to work on for a video. Right, so there's no heatsink clamped down, but it is what it is. I'm going to go get a coffee in a minute. I do need one. Well, I don't need coffee, I just need a drink. If I manage to fix a coffee machine when I eventually get round to it, I'll have it in the office. Yeah, it's killed another one instantly, innit? Immediately killed another MOSFET. Yeah. Yeah, it's dead, Jim. It's dead, Jim. Sorry, I'm calling that one. Calling that one no fix. I think it's the APU because those MOSFETs do get fed straight from the APU. It's pretty much donor parts at this point. It sucks, but what are you gonna do? Yeah. If the customer's still watching, sorry, mate. Yeah, I know you did, Dave, and I do appreciate the input, mate. I did see your message. I think I acknowledged it. I think I did. If I didn't, I'm sorry. But I do like to make absolute sure myself. You know, I've got to make sure I can't just go based on past experiences. I like to be absolutely certain before I call it. You all know what I'm like. I'm a little bit meticulous in terms of how long I spend on devices. I really shouldn't be, but I do. I like to cover all bases. This console's too far gone yet. Well, I'm not putting that back together today. Threw it at the wall. I'm not putting that back together today. I will put it back together, but you know, obviously it's got to be put back together to go back to the customer. But yeah, never mind. Do you want me to leave it taken apart then, mate, if you're going to strip it down? I can leave it taken apart for you, mate. If you're going to strip it down and sell the parts off it, put it on the naughty step, yeah. No worries, Ian. Have a good night, mate. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate that. Evening, Steve. Yeah, if you're going to strip this down for parts, mate, I can leave it taken apart for you. No, it's your choice, mate. It's your console. If you want me to put it back together, I can put it back together, or I can take it, leave it apart, and you can just sell the parts off it when you get it back. It makes it easier for me, I'm not going to lie, but I don't mind putting it back together. I don't generally put them back together on stream anyway, but I will put it back together if you want me to. But if you're going to strip it down for parts, put it in timeout and a spanking. Ha!
How many are you away from 1,000 subs anyway now, Steve? Let's have a look. While I'm going to grab a cup of coffee, ladies and gents, Steve B is 111 subs off 1,000. What would be awesome, he's got a really good video on the Series X on how to do a transfer so as you can use this board on another console, the Southbridge board. I've just posted a link in chat. I'm pretty sure he would appreciate it if you go and get him to 1,000 subs by the end of the night. That would be pretty damn awesome. But yeah, it sucks on this one, but yeah, when he's blowing every single MOSFET that I put on it, nothing more I can do. Right, that's mine because the customer's still in his case. But yeah, if we can get Steve to 1,000 subs by the end of the night, that would be freaking awesome. Right, I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee and I'm going to go and grab the next job.
Right, we are. Here we go. On to the next one. Sorry for the delay. I had to wash my hands. Well, I say wash my hands. I've given them a bit of a clean. So, for anyone watching this back as a video, if you're wondering why my hands are filthy, it's because they're covered in flux from the last job. And I can't really sit there for half an hour scrubbing my hands with bleach while I'm on a live stream. A PS5 doorstop indeed. Ah dear. Right, this PS5 belongs to the same customer that sent in the last job. So, yeah, job number 1 for this customer was bad news. Let's hope that number 2 is going to be better news for the customer. Fingers crossed. Let's move this because that belongs to him as well. Put that with his console. And also his APU cover as well. Right, let's have a look what's wrong with this one. Let's see. Okay, this turns on. Fan spinning. White light. AI, are you still here, buddy? Boot loops on dashboard. Right, okay. Cool. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate the input. So, the customer's just said that this one boot loops in the dashboard. So, for anyone watching this back as a video, I am live streaming. And apparently this boot loops in the dashboard. So, let's see what's going on with it, shall we? Let's take a look, see. Let me grab a controller. There we go. Something all over my controller. Don't know what. Oh well. Let's grab a USB cable. Right, controller's synced. Let me just go to Ugly Cam. There we go. So, yeah, there we go. Let's have a look. No, not going to update my controller. Right, so this has been factory reset. AI, do you know how long it takes to boot loop? By any chance? About that long, apparently. So has that just... Oh, okay. That's a new one. Is it just in the dashboard? No, it gets worse as it warms up. Looks like it gets worse as it warms up. So if you run this underwater, it would never boot loop, right? Yeah, constantly crashing. Alright, well, there you go. Interesting. That's very different. Very different indeed. Alright, well, there we go. Yeah, Ellis said water cooling. There you go. Right, so initial thoughts. It could be the SSD controller. Computer rebooter, yeah. Caused by a faulty hard drive, yeah. So it could be the SSD controller. It could be the encoder, or it could be the RAM. Theoretically, it could be BIOS related, but unlikely. Let's shut it down. Should be a fun one. It should be interesting, yeah. Let's wait for this to shut down. There we go. Okay, let's get it apart. So if you're watching this back as a video, I am live streaming it on YouTube, Twitch. What else am I live streaming on? Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. The code of YouTube. And Kick as well. I'm trying to build up some more social media platforms. So yeah, if you are watching back at the video, don't forget to subscribe because I'm lonely. My mum told me I've got no friends. And then even she left me. So if you feel sorry for me, hit the subscribe button. Hate it when the screws get stuck. See, even the screws don't want to come out and play, look. Last time I said encoder had been changed, the only thing it didn't change was the RAM. Ooh. Interesting. Hopefully he hasn't messed with the SSD controller and stuff, because that takes the fun out of it. Not sure what the deal is with that. What is the deal with that? So is this one you've bought then? You'll never be lonely on Cousins Only. What's the deal with that? What the hell? What is that? Some sort of rubber. How very odd. How very odd. It's very clean. So it looks like someone serviced it. Just with lots of Sharpie graffiti, yep. Yes, indeed. Stuff it. Let's use a flat screwdriver, because I can't be bothered to change it. Free SSD? Nope. So even you're not lucky like me, mate. I'm never lucky enough to find a free SSD either. Right, there we go. So that's that. There we go. Shutting down 26th of the 1st, 2023. Okay. This is probably a shop who's worked on this. I'm gonna be honest here. This isn't trying to slag anyone off. Like it's not to try and slag whoever's worked on this off or anything like that. I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think they've done much to this, because anyone who has to mark where the screws go probably doesn't know enough about the console to do that kind of stuff. That's all I'm saying. They probably don't know enough about the console. If they've got to mark every single screw like that, they probably don't know enough about the console to be replacing stuff like the SSD controller and the encoder and stuff. In my opinion, I don't know, but you know, maybe they just never worked on a PS5, but they're really good at micro soldering. I don't know. You can just watch a YouTube teardown. Yeah. Yep. But no, I could be wrong. They could be really good at micro soldering. They've just never worked on one before, so they just want to mark them so they don't get them wrong. I don't know. Adds to the fun, being a can of worms. Could have been New Age graffiti. Yeah, the Banksy thing in here. The thing is, wouldn't it have been easier and quicker to just mark the ones where there's not a screw? Like there, for example. Or there. Or there. Or there. It would have been a lot quicker to just mark where there's no screw. For the silver ones. I don't know. That's my opinion. You reckon there's going to be plumber's flux, mate? I just don't think a professional's worked on this. Someone's been watching YouTube repair vids. Possibly, yeah. And by the way, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what the person's done. Just to make it clear, I'm not slagging anyone off. I'm just voicing my opinion as I'm seeing it. You know, as it's coming into my head. Damn it. $4,000 screws later. Oh God. Yeah, alright. Well, what have they done here? Really? Come on, tell me where we hurt you. It's okay. It's okay. Daddy's here. Daddy's going to save you. It's okay, little board. You're safe now. He touched me in my little area. Did you hear that? Someone's touched him in his special place. Shocking. We'll make it better. Don't worry. Now hush, little PS5, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. I lost what I'm doing now. Don't start singing. Aww. Spoil sport. It's that Sharpie arrow saying game in and game out. Someone definitely needs to take away this guy's Sharpie. Yeah. I agree. The thing is, as well, why are you checking for voltage on a console that turns on? Because you're marking standby voltages, right? Sing your heart out. Yep. Like, you're marking standby voltages. Here's the thing. Like, you're testing this in standby. That's a standby rail. That's a standby rail. That's a standby rail. That's a standby rail when you attempt to power it on. These only come on when you turn it on, but that wouldn't power on without these rails. And this is power button voltage, so I don't understand why they're marking those voltage rails. To be honest, to be completely honest, I don't understand why they'd be marking those voltage rails. And again, I'm not slagging anyone off. Maybe they just don't quite understand how the voltage rails work on these. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on these. Right, let's have a look. Don't hurt me. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on these, and obviously I know these things pretty much inside out at this point. I am a walking schematic when it comes to PS5s, but that's just because I've spent so much time working on them. But yeah, maybe the person just doesn't understand what voltage rails are meant to be present and when. I don't know. But let's just have a look and see if we can figure out what's been done to this first, because we need to make sure. Another thing, while I'm just looking around for signs, okay, that encoder's definitely been changed, or at least reflowed. I can't say it's been changed for sure. Yeah, one other thing that I don't quite understand is, I mean, the customer. I'm not obviously. I don't know whether the customer's telling the truth or not. No reason to lie, I suppose. He said that the last owner said that he's changed everything apart from the RAM. If he's changed everything apart from the RAM, that means he's capable of BGA rework. If he's capable of BGA rework, he would have probably changed the RAM. So I don't think any BGA work's been done. Trying to steal your boy. What do you mean there, mate? And by the way, I'm not as intelligent as people think. He was a Jedi in training. In Ragnarok, how are you? No, why are you a scammer trying business? I'm not sure what you mean, mate. I'm genuinely not sure what you mean. Right. That's pretty hard to tell, but that looks factory to me. It doesn't look like there's been any replacement on that. That looks factory, it looks stock. So if you look around here, we can visibly see signs where it's been cleaned up. So obviously you've got the HDMI port, that's been cleaned. You've got the HDMI encoder, that's definitely been cleaned. Right? Now look at the south bridge. Apart from a finger mark, there's no signs of isopropyl alcohol, no smear marks. Well, maybe a tad. Maybe a tad, but not enough to tell me that this south bridge has been changed. Got a speck of something on the camera. Have I? Oh, damn it. Yeah, I was out of focus, sorry. Yeah, so if you look at this, there's no signs that this area has been cleaned up at all. Attempt fist bump. Ha! If you look over here, we can visibly see signs of it being reworked and signs of it being cleaned, right? But this looks factory. It doesn't look like it's been cleaned up. I mean, there's a couple of smears here and there. Maybe they've cleaned the board, but I don't see any evidence that there's ever been flux there. And if you look under the chip, let me get a better angle of the chip. That doesn't look like... It doesn't look like it's been replaced to me. It's a bit strange. Just look for the marker circles around the south bridge. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see any evidence that that's been changed. I could be wrong, but same with the SSD controller. That SSD controller has definitely not been changed. No. There's no visible signs of any flux at all around the SSD controller as well. In fact, that's still got the marks from the viscous paste that was originally on the board. That has never been changed. There's no visible signs of anything there. It's very unlikely to be the south bridge. Did any flux seep through under the south bridge? I don't think so. I didn't notice any. A little bit, actually, a little bit of a smear mark, but that's probably come from the SPV because it looks like they've replaced that. We've got some signs of solder there, so I'm going to say that this smear mark here on the left hand side is from the SPV. There's no smear marks over here, and there would be. It would have come through. So I'm going to say that they've tried replacing this SPV. It looks like they've literally just guessed. To be honest, they've been guessing. Why they would ever change an SPV chip when it boots and turns on? SPV is responsible for standby voltages required for it to actually turn on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but it doesn't add up to me. The story, I'll say story because to me is a story. I'm not calling the customer a liar. I'm calling the original owner a liar. The story that they've said doesn't make any sense. If they was able to change these chips like they said they have, then they would have probably changed the RAM as well, and we would see evidence that these chips have been changed. So here's the first thing I'm going to do. Yeah, that's still got the original viscous paste on, look, underneath. That hasn't been changed, definitely not. It hasn't even been reflowed. So the most common cause of random crashing in the dashboard is generally down to the SSD controller. So I'm going to try replacing that. There's no real way to test it. It's probably not the encoder. It's not going to be a voltage rail because the console turns on. It's not going to be a missing rail. Yes, it could be the RAM, but I'm not going to sit there and replace 8 RAM chips when I can replace this and take 20 minutes rather than replacing the RAM and taking 4 hours. Just not going to do it. So, I'm going to sit and drink my coffee first, and then I'm going to replace this SSD controller. Could it be the HDMI half working? No, it's actually resetting. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that, buddy.
Mark Dale super chatted $2.52. Have another coffee on me.
Cheers, buddy. Really appreciate that, mate. Yeah, this is going to be, is it K5 viscous paste or something like that? K something viscous paste? I don't know. But yeah. Chances are it's probably going to be the SSD controller. Not always, but a lot of the time I've found that it's the SSD controller, and a lot of people are buying these SSD controllers off me, to be honest. In fact, I sold one to Joey Does Tech literally yesterday. Joey Does Tech bought one off me. Let's have a look and see if I can see any history on it. I've sold 9 via my online store, and I think I've sold about 4 or 5 through my eBay. So I've sold 14, 15 of them. Hey, the Reaper. How did the car do? Yes, it passed, mate. Thank you, mate. I appreciate
The Reaper
it.
super chatted $2.52. How did your car do, matey?
Of course you can, Moshi. Yeah, you can ask questions. I'm taking a quick 2 minutes because I haven't stopped since I started the stream, and I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. What's the chances it could be software issue? It's been factory reset. AliExpress is dodgy now. Well, I got a refund, so they did side with me. Hey, Gaz, thank you for the 20 bits, mate. I appreciate that. Much appreciated.
Gaz23 leads 1 shared X20.
You doing fridge tonight? Mine down, power on. Maybe, because I'm not going to be replacing the RAM tonight on this. I've got so much to do tomorrow. So if this isn't the SSD controller...
Gaz23 leads 1 shared X30.
Hey, thank you, Gaz. Yeah, so if it's not the SSD controller, I'm not going to be replacing all of the RAM today. Ideally, I need to sort out my oscilloscope. It's in my shed. I need to sort out my oscilloscope if I'm going to be messing with the RAM, or pre-ball the RAM for another stream. So I might look at that fridge in a little while. What screwdriver set do you use, and do you have a link? I use the iFixit Mako kit. I'll get a link to that. I can get a UK link. I can't get any other link, unfortunately. So I use that screwdriver set. Shows the PS logo, then shuts down. You're thinking SSD also? Yeah, very possible, Reaper. Very possible, mate. SSD controller or one of the SSD chips is the most likely cause of that one. No worries, Samuel. Yeah, so on the PS4s, if you got a PlayStation logo and then it'd crash or shut down, it would be the hard drive pretty much every time. Some very rarely the encoder, but most of the time it was the hard drive. So it would only make sense that it would be the same on these. Yeah, the Mako is pretty much the Protect Toolkit. I just don't see the value for money in the Protect Toolkit compared to the Mako set. The Mako set's great. It's £34. You get every bit you're going to need. In fact, I've used the Mako kit for doing electrical work around the house, like plug sockets and stuff. You're basically paying for the fancy case and the consumables. But the consumables, the extra stuff that you get, are not covered by the lifetime warranty anyway. So you may as well just buy a bunch of them for 30 quid from AliExpress or something. Do you trust AliExpress for the chips? Do you mean... What do you mean for the SSD controllers? I don't know. How's the shed fund going? It's stagnant. We haven't done anything with it for a few weeks. It's at about £700, I think, something like that. Do you mean for the SSD controllers, Reaper? Because I have noticed they are selling them on AliExpress. Yeah, I've never personally tried them. How much are they on AliExpress? Because if you bought 3, I could possibly do them a bit cheaper. Oh no, they're like £26 from AliExpress. I can't match that price. Definitely can't match that price. If you bought 3, I could probably do £40, and that's in UK postage, but that's probably the best I can do on them. Because I have to reball them, that's the problem. It takes me time to reball them. They're not reballed? Damn. No wonder people buy them from me. Yeah, so I could probably do them for like £40 each instead of 60. So you're basically getting buy 2, get 1 free sort of thing. At least you're going to get something that works. And with warranty as well. Well, the warranty is difficult because obviously if it doesn't fix your issue, like if the console, like if it was like a, like let's say for example it was turning on but crashing and then it went to a 2-second blood or something, then yeah, I'd do something about it, but warranty is difficult. Yeah, get in touch, mate. I'll sort you out. I'll hook you up. I need to work on some more of these PS5 boards that I've got because I'm running low on SSD controllers, like very low on SSD controllers. I've got some, but what I need to do is I need to work on a few more boards, determine what's dead and what's not, and basically then I can use them for donor parts. Right, let's stop waffling. Let's get this removed. So yeah, I'm gonna what I tend to do with these, because this is a guess, I'm going to be honest. It's an educated guess, but it's a guess. I've come across similar issues where it's been the SSD controller, and the problem is there's no real way to test the SSD controller apart from getting diode readings on the back, which I do that when I'm selling them, but there's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of capacitors and stuff, and I may as well just remove it and replace it. And if it doesn't fix it, as long as the console still turns on, it's at the same situation it was, then I will basically just leave that SSD controller on and then put that one to one side for reboarding. That's normally the way I do it. So I'll preheat the board first at a distance. What happened to the 15 PS5 boards? I've worked on 8 of them. I haven't edited the videos for all of them yet, but I've worked on 8 of them. And I've got like 7 left to work on. I think it's 8 that I've worked on. I need to edit the rest of the videos. I think I've uploaded 5 videos for them so far. But I'm pretty sure video number 7 is corrupt. So I might be able to look on that one. I have got others. I've bought more since then. I've bought some digital only boards, which I've been doing without making videos on them. Mainly because I just needed the parts, to be honest. Little word of advice, give the chip a tap a few times before you lift it up. Because it prevents oxidation. Well, for the most part, we've got a little bit of oxidation here, but that'll clean up with the iron. It reduces the risk of damage to the chip. But yeah, pop that to one side. Oh look, no sharper, yeah. Yeah, it just reduces risk of damage to the chip if you give it a tap a few times. Even though I knew it was obviously ready to come up, give it a tap a few times, just move it around, allow the flux to flow a little bit better. And yeah, just gives you more chance of not oxidising the chip when you're removing it. What you're working on, it's a PS5, mate, with a random crash in it. Well, not random, it's actually quite coordinated. It's crashing on the dashboard. So I'm attempting a replacement of the SSD controller here. There's a lot of thermal mass in this area as well, because this chip runs pretty hot. So there's a lot of ground points and stuff. You see all those lighter areas? Most of that is ground. Alright, let's get rid of that blob. Hope you have a stencil. Yes, I do, mate, yeah. Actually, there's a point. I need to order some stencils because I'm out of stock. Because I do sell the stencils on my site. But I'm out of stock of these ones. People seem to like them. People seem to find them useful. Right. Let me grab some solder braid. I actually need to change my prices on them anyway because they've come down on AliExpress now, so I'm going to have to take a little bit of a loss on them. Not a loss, but lose a bit of money compared to what I was selling them at. Right. Okay. Try one board at a time. No. This would be like reballing a Nintendo Switch stencil. A Nintendo Switch CPU by hand. And then some. Wicked like John Wick indeed. Wicked while it's hot, wicked while it's hot, wicked while it's hot. There's a little bit of corrosion on this this wick. I'm not sure why. When the flux gonna give it to you, wicked while it's hot, wicked while it's hot, wicked while it's hot. There we go. That's ready for a new chip. Looks good to me. There's a little bit of solder left on a couple of these pads. Your new shirts will say Wicket. Wicket real good. Yeah, that's all good. Pretty much ready for a new chip. Cool. Good stuff. Do 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 do. Right, okay, so let me find a donor board. Do-do. Do-do. Right, I shall be back in a sec. I need to hunt for a donor. Right, got one. To be honest, I snuck off just to get a smoke. Ha! Tricked you all. Tricked you all. I think this will do as a donor. Ha! This will do as a donor because this is the one that I used for the April Fool's joke. And this is what happens when you use plumber's flux. And this ain't even been powered on. Oh dear. But, like, even there, look. Not even been powered on. Look at that. That's what plumber's flux does. But this is fine. This hasn't been touched. I use this as an April Fool's joke. I put a blowtorch to the APU, but this part never got touched. I never put flux near it or anything like that, so it's absolutely fine. So I'm going to use this as a donut. I just didn't want to sell this one as a donor just in case. Obviously if it didn't power on for me, then I'd just have to put another chip on it, but obviously if I sold it to a customer and it didn't power on, they're going to be annoyed. The TV bulb burst on this earlier today, components were falling off when I touched them. Damn, dude. Thought this was from the April Fool's video. Yeah, I found it out earlier. I needed some capacitors and I found this one out earlier. Yeah, this board hasn't been powered on since I did the... Well, it's never been powered on at all since it's had plumber's flux. And that's what it does to it. We have actually got a bit of plumber's flux which has managed to find its way under, but it's fine because it'll get cleaned off anyway. It never actually flowed under there with heat and got left, so it should be alright. Obviously if I get it under there and the pads are all corroded, then I'll just say no, I can't use it. Needs a bit more flux. Yeah, there's a little bit of gunk under there, but I think it'll clean up fine. Yeah, the chip itself is fine, look. Do you work full time in the week? No, mate, I don't. This is my job. This is my job. this, and I run the online store as well. See, there's no oxidation to these pads because I tapped the chip a few times before I lifted it, and made sure there was loads of flux under it as well. And by the way, I don't remove them like that when I sell them. I remove them from under the board. That I heat up from the other side of the board when I reboard them for resale. Just because I find it safer. Less chance of damage. The only reason I do them above the board here is because it's quicker, and because if it doesn't work, I can just change the chip again. For me, it's not a big deal, but obviously if a customer bought a faulty chip, they're going to be pissed. So, especially if I've killed it quick as a heat. They can generally take quite a bit of stick, though, these chips can. They're not as sensitive as people think. They're designed to run pretty hot, so they can take a little bit of heat when it comes to rework. It's just pretty much just power management and data anyway for the SSD. I need to pop some fresh flux on here though, because I didn't clean the chip first. So can you build him a PS5? I haven't got any parts for a PS5. Well, I haven't got any motherboards for PS5s, unfortunately. Right, I'm just gonna clean this up. And then I'll wick it away some more. You really shouldn't use a cloth for this, but I never usually have a problem. You really shouldn't use a cloth for that, because you can generate static. But I don't generally get an issue. That actually doesn't need any more wicking. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Cool. Right, let me get my stencil for this. Let me grab my stencil. If I can remember where I put it this afternoon. There it is. Got it. Well, I've got the stencil part. Where's my base? There, got it. Right, I need to clean that because I did reball one this afternoon. How's it going, Nicholas? Right. Just give this a good clean. Just get rid of any old solder balls. There we go. Nice and clean, ready for a new reball. The dentist is going to be well pleased with this video. Well, I'll say nice and clean. Nearly. There we go. Good stuff. Cool. Good. There we go. Add some flux. Something inside the stencil itself. There you go. That'll do. Pop it on the base. Good to go. Good to go. Right. Let me just clean the flux off my fingertips. Mr. Beastie, welcome, mate. How's it going, dude? That's a lot of balls. Yeah. I'll just collect the other ones back up and put them back on the. Put them back in the tub. Let me just adjust my eyepieces because it's in focus for you guys, but not for me. I'll just run it backwards and forwards and fill in as many of the holes as possible. Damn it. Yeah, my hands do get pretty dry, yeah. I'll make it even worse because I clean my hands with bleach quite often. I know I shouldn't. Yeah, that's just gone underneath. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Try and get rid of as many excess balls from around the edge because I don't want them to jump. I don't care about a few balls being in these big holes here, in these stress holes. That don't bother me in the slightest. They're not all going to jump out and merge with other balls. So I'm not bothered about any of that, really. Just bothered about ones around the edge that can jump. There we go. Level 2. Let's flow these in. Back, what did I miss? Not a lot, mate. I'm just reboarding this chip. Start off at 10% airflow. Damn it. A couple of those balls popped out. Very rumbling, yeah. Always, mate. It's because I don't eat until I finish streaming, that's why. I eat just before I go to bed because otherwise I wake up in the middle of the night hungry. So I eat right before I go to bed. But I don't eat in the day at all. Ah, some of these balls are moving. I think my stencil might be a little bit warped. I dropped it on top of the magnet earlier. So very carefully, I'm going to try and lift this stencil off. A couple missing now, stuck to the stencil. That's fine. And place them manually. I'm going to get rid of that one because it's decided to change shape. So I don't know whether any of the solder stuck to the edge of the stencil, or the back of the stencil rather. So I'll get rid of them. Any that have changed shape, just get rid of them. Just get rid of them and replace them rather, should I say. Let me just grab another pair of tweezers just to assist me. Any more missing? Why is it so out of focus for me? Looks good enough. Right, I'm going to have to drop my airflow right down now because the stencil's not actually in place. So I'll drop right down to 1% airflow for this. starting to flow. No, got a couple of movers. Damn it. You son of a... It's only the one. That one's actually already fixed to the pad, so that's fine. My eyes keep going funny for some reason. Well, that seems to have gone okay. Add some flux. Flux is all around, in every sight and every sound. Right, pop a nozzle on, go to 5%. Knew that was going to happen. Knew that was going to happen. Wait for that to settle. They haven't actually fixed together, so it's fine. No. Come on. Gotcha. Got him. Right, we've got another one there which is acting up a little bit. I'm just going to give it a little gentle persuasion. There you go. There you go. Daily bleaching gives you still hands. We don't know where that finger's been. Ha! This is way more interesting. Nice. There's one more there which needs a little bit of persuading. There you go. That's fine. That will do it. Good enough. More than good enough. That is a lot of balls indeed, mate. Tell you what, while we're waiting for it to cool down, let's count them. It's 25 by 25, I think. Yeah, so 25 by 25. $625 balls. 625. Probably wouldn't even take that long to reball by hand. Maybe an hour. I don't know. I reckon an hour to reball that by hand. But that is beautiful. Perfect. 623 more than I have. Oh dear. Right. Anyway, let's get that in position. I'll keep that same flux on there, it's not a problem. It's not an issue. Right. Take the thing off it. Let's go to 440 now. And what I'm going to do as well is, you see this little secondary RAM here? I think it acts as some sort of a cache for the SSD. It's I think it's a 2 or a 4 gig chip. I'm going to add flux to that because you tend to find when you replace these, a lot of the time it oxidises that and causes issues. It causes it to go from a working console to beep on beep off just by replacing the SSD controller. So I like to reflow that at the same time, just to make sure we've got no oxidised pads underneath it. I'm partially flowing this down. There's flux on the chip as well, bear in mind, so it's fine. That should actually be, yeah, locked in. A partial reflow just to lock it into place. Just basically, if you add too much flux too quickly, you'll just end up having the chip float all over the place. Whereas because it's now partially soldered, there's at least, you know, probably 20-30 balls which are fully flown. It's not going to go anywhere. Or it shouldn't. There you go, so it's starting to sit in position. Give it a nudge. I'm going to give this chip a nudge as well, this secondary RAM. There's that. And there you go. I know you couldn't see the secondary RAM. I could see, but you guys couldn't. But I have just reflowed that as well, just to make sure that it's not oxidised or anything. Just because we've had a lot of heat around that area, and it does happen more often than not. Give it a clean. I'm not worried about the viscous paste for now. I can deal with that another time. I don't want to get this all over the board, but I do want to clean some of the flux off. I can clean off the board in my own time. I'm not really worried about that right now. I'll clean it for the most part, but yeah, that will do for now. That'll do for now in terms of cleaning. Right, housing. Right, well, it is 3:10 AM, so no matter the outcome, I'm ready for my bed, to be honest. No matter the outcome, I am ready for my bed. I spent too long on that Series X, to be honest. So unfortunately, that means we're not going to get to do any more. I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow as well. I do sleep, yeah, sometimes. I'm starving as well, I haven't eaten yet. So bear in mind, I mean, if I finish right now, I'm not getting to bed till 4:30. Like, genuinely, I'm not getting to bed till 4:30. So, yeah. I've been streaming now for 4 hours and 33 minutes. It's a long time. Do you think this repair is reasonable? Oh, absolutely, yeah, definitely. I mean, these chips, I sell these chips reballed for £60, right? So if you was charging labour on top of that, an hour's labour, so whatever you charge on an hourly rate plus the cost of the chip, and it's still going to be much cheaper than Sony. It's still going to be far cheaper than Sony are going to charge. Believe that. Yeah, no matter the outcome on this, I'm not going to be doing anything else to this tonight. So let's just hope that it fixes it. What the? Damn it, the SSD screws in. The SSD screw was there. Didn't even notice it. Yeah, if it wasn't reasonable, I wouldn't be doing it. Definitely. I mean, I'm doing these for content, but like aside from the parts cost, obviously, I'm doing it for content. But yeah, I have done these for customers, and I've been more than happy to pay my fees, which I was charging around about £60 an hour labour, average of around about £60 an hour labour, and people are more than happy to pay it. Like if they're paying £60 for the fault finding and diagnosis and the repair, plus the £60 for the chip, you know, it's more than worth it. That's when you know I'm getting tired. That's when you know I'm getting tired. When I forget to plug the power button in. Your fingers make magic. Nah, it's just practice, mate. It's just practice. It's not magic, honestly. It's really not. Right, that's powering on. Let's get that fan connected up. We need the disk drive as well. Why have we got no fan spin? Huh? How have we got no fan spin? Is it that fan? Can't be. I'm sure the fan was spinning before. Evidently the fan wasn't spinning before. Okay. Okay, that fan might be faulty. What was the deal with that? I guess it's not faulty. Weird. I'm too tired to think about that. Fan's gone wild, yeah. Now what's happening? Is it going to crash and reset? Of course it is. Well, that sucks. What happened to the workshop? What do you mean, mate? Yeah, that sucks. But it's 3:16 AM and I'm done. I'm knackered. Yeah, you've got to enjoy your job, definitely. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there for this one. I'll pick it up when I come back off a holiday because there's not really much I can do tonight now. It's too late. I've got so much to do tomorrow. I've got to get the house ready for my son's birthday. And then on top of that, we've got my son's birthday party on Sunday and then we go away Monday. So, yeah, it sucks for this customer right now, but not really a lot I can do. That's not actually crashing now. Hang on a minute. Ah, maybe it is. You'll source this one. Well, hopefully. I will take another look at it. So I'll make a second video on this because this will make a video. The fan won't be causing it. No, it's not the fan. It's definitely not that. I don't know. Oh, I'm tired. So yeah, never mind. Cheers, Avalanche. Thanks, mate. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to raid Computer Booter if you're on Twitch or YouTube. I think he's still streaming. Let me just double check.
Computer booter. Yep, computer booter is still live. He is doing a PS3. Is it a
Did
PS3?
in another Xbox. God dang it. I need like 10 copies of that disc.
What's he working on?
God dang it.
No, he's doing an OG Xbox. There you go. So, yeah, I'm going to raid Computer Booter. So, yeah, please check him out. I'm sure you'll enjoy his stuff. He's working on the original Xbox right now. If you're on YouTube, it'll automatically redirect over. But, yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate it. I'll see you all when I get back off holiday. Take care, everyone. Good night. Awkward silence while the raid starts. Take it easy, everyone. Good night. Raid.